Conference Technology, moderated by me, William Isla Jr. Today's date is Wednesday, February the 23rd, 2022. The time is now 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's proclamation relating to the COVID-19 response, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92, regarding public agency meetings is currently suspended through March 25th, 2022, to the extent necessary to minimize the potential spread of COVID-19 and its variants. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awards, and he will be a couple minutes late. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu will be a couple minutes late. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Turia is excused. Chair Isla.
Here.
6 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Leah. Items D1 and D15 were deferred to today's agenda. The commission will convene privately for an executive session at around noon. There is no one signed up for public testimony this morning. A little reminder regarding Act 20 to 2021. During open meetings, commission members, if you have anyone in the room, please let us know and identify that person. Please keep your camera on unless you excuse yourself. A quorum must be visible at all times during the virtual meeting. Unless a decision is unanimous, all votes must be conducted by roll call. In executive session, excuse me, announce the names and titles of all authorized participants in the executive session. Each commission member, please confirm that there is no unauthorized folks in the room with you or able to hear you. And then we will confirm that there is no one unauthorized in the virtual room. And then remind commissioners that you may able in the executive session to turn off your camera during the executive session. Okay, with that, we'll start with Jia.
We're going to start with
Okay. Agenda item J2, Blossom. Good morning. Are you there? Okay, she's on her way in.
Blossom.
Blossom, can you hear us?
Oh, there she is.
All right. We can see you, Blossom. We can't hear you yet. You're muted.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the delay.
No problem. Good morning. Please start.
Hi,
Can
Mr.
you hear
Chair,
me?
are we?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Proceed.
thank you. Sorry for the delay. I wasn't prepared. I thought I was second on the lineup, but good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak on item J of your agenda today. For the record, my name is Blossom Pitera, and I'm longstanding beneficiary advocate for all beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust. Mr. Chair, first off, I would like to thank the commission for the decision made on behalf of Valdine Castillo. The decision and order was forwarded to me by her. And I must agree that the treatment that Ms. Castillo received from the department was horrendous. And thank you for clarifying that and making the decision that you guys did. You know, the egregious treatment was appalling during the contested case hearing process. And while it is not on the agenda, I would ask that certain things be addressed in the future. Clearly, the I would ask the commission that they consider establishing some kind of a training workshop on the process when things like this happen, so that this doesn't happen again. It seems like, based on the decision and order, that the missteps were taken to cover up the missteps that were taken previous, and resulted in a 2-year time frame that put Ms. Castillo in such emotional trauma that she's having a difficult time getting back on her feet. Okay. We need to see a immediate execution of the lease agreement on her behalf. She has indicated that she is wholly uncomfortable going to the district office to have to deal with them in the execution of a lease agreement. And so I would ask, Mr. Chair, that the immediate execution of the lease agreement be done and handled directly from the Honolulu office, so that she's not being forced to go and deal with the East Hawaii district supervisor. And then finally, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what your process is when there is such egregious actions taken against a beneficiary by a department employee, but I'm going to ask that a written reprimand be made part of their personnel records, particularly for the HSC administrator and your district office supervisor in East Hawaii. We never see any type of resolution when there's a conflict between staff and beneficiary, and the staff is found in the wrong. We just see that business continues to move as is. And I think in this case, to avoid this happening to any other beneficiary of the trust, whether they're an applicant or a lessee, clearly there needs to be some kind of protocols in place to prevent this from happening. I'm not sure if there needs to be additional oversight for the time being, but clearly we need to have some kind of resolution and peace of mind that this kind of action and treatment of beneficiaries doesn't happen again. I also want to speak to the undivided interest lease opportunities. As we move more and more into the developments of our projects on the various islands, we continue to hear the cry from kupuna, those that are on the wait list the longest, asking for some kind of immediate relief to ensure that they are able to secure a lease on behalf of their successors. A large part of the kupuna population on our wait list have children and grandchildren that would not qualify to take their place on the wait list. The undivided interest lease program actually resolves that issue on their behalf. We're talking about people that have been on the list 25, 30, 40 years, and they're still waiting. Undivided interest leases will allow them to have that peace of mind. The successors will have a peace of mind in knowing that they will be able to secure that legacy. And so I ask the commission to consider making that a permanent part of the program opportunities for homesteading that the department provides. The other issue, and this is a little bit more recent, is the process for transferring
We'll give her a minute.
leases in their there's a couple of steps missing according to beneficiaries who have gone through the process and who are going through the process right now. We've had people that have been waiting for over a year for the completion of a transfer, particularly when it comes to the designation of the successor transfer agreement. There are a couple of people who are still waiting for their lease, and their kupuna have already passed away. And I'm not sure if in the transfer process, because the original lessee has to sign a document upon commission decision, if that person has passes on, can the transfer process be completed? And so that question wasn't really answered yesterday. So if we could have something of a conversation regarding that process. The other concern I have in that is that you use Department of Health documents to verify quantum. Why are you using the same documents to re-verify, going back to the DOH to re-verify these documents? It doesn't make any sense in the re-verification process. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you once again for the opportunity and to the commission for hearing me out. So mahalo.
Thank you, Blossom. Commissioners, any questions for Blossom?
Chair,
Go ahead, yes.
question for you, the department. Regarding the testimony on EOPA, are we allowed to comment on that testimony or no?
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Blossom.
Mahalo, Mr. Chair. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, next agenda item, Kekoa Inomoro. Good morning, Kekoa.
Aloha. Thank you so much for allowing me to address the commission this morning. So I'm going to read the minutes that I wrote. So this is Keikoa Enomoto from Maui. I'm testifying on behalf of the Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council and Pa'upena Community Development Corporation to have DHHL fill the estimated 50 to 60 open slots on the Maui Undivided Interest List. The latter measure would ensure that 7 generations of successor beneficiaries will be eligible for their Native Hawaiian homestead entitlement, for which the primary beneficiary may have been on the Maui residential list 60 years or longer. For example, Hattie Chalk of Wailuku, waiting 61 years since April 3rd, 1961. Linford Kaopu Iki Kanamu Sr. of Kula, waiting since April 5, 1961. Marianne Kahalehoi of Kikaha, Kauai, waiting since April 7, 61. Jonathan Kaonohi of Wailuku, waiting since May 6, 61. Angeline Martinez Apollo of Wailuku, waiting 60 years since March 30, 1962. Also, I would like to reemphasize my endorsement of a Honokawai Undivided Interest Program, for which Maui Commissioner Randy Awo and East Maui Commissioner Michael Kalekini expressed support at last month's meeting. Earlier this month, the 2-year-old Pu'unani Hawaiian Homestead Association held its monthly meeting under the leadership of new president and undivided interest beneficiary Debbie Mahuna. She hosted principals Misty Griffiths and Ann Ravilla from the Kahului branch of the Money Store, a 43-year-old nationwide chain of mortgage brokers. The 2 women are committed to pre-qualifying all 161 prospective Pu'unani lessees, whose subdivision project will be completed by year-end 2024, or according to Stuart Matsunaga's October 2021 report to the commission. Therefore, I repeat a multiple request to Paula Ayla of DHHL's Awards Division, kindly to make transparent and available an updated numerical Maui Undivided Interest List with names only and no contact information, so that Homelands leaders may contact Maui Undivided Interest lessees and begin the pre-qualification process in advance instead of in arrears of the awards process. Next, I invite commissioners to a 2-day beneficiary workshop early next month on water rights advocacy before the Commission on Water Resource Management, or CWRM. At this workshop, beneficiaries will be preparing to support an 11 million gallons per day non-potable water allotment that DHHL had requested for upcountry trust lands. CWRM Deputy Director Kaleo Manuel indicated that the state entity will take up this issue at its 9 a.m. April 19 monthly meeting per DHHL water consultant Jonathan Likeke Shoyer. Keokea, Waiahuli Phase 1 residential and Waiahuli Phase 2 undivided interest beneficiaries cordially have been urged to attend the 6-hour water rights workshop via Zoom from 5:30 to 8:30 March 1 and March 3, Kahuliawa University of Hawaii Law School affiliate will teach us how to advocate before CWIRM. The workshop is open to all interested people on every island, including you commissioners. Mahalo to DHHL Planning Office Program Manager Andrew Choi for sponsoring this workshop, to Kahuliawa lawyers for leading the sessions, and to Keokea Farmer Hi'ile Martinson for spearheading arrangement for this event. Also, I'd like to thank the commission for approving Pa'upena Community Development Corporation's application for a capacity building grant, $5,000 capacity building grant. And this is going to pay for a quarter-time executive director, a paid executive director for our nonprofit, and we're hoping to bring a beneficiary on board in this position. And I think this will really help in our many efforts across the Maui community, Maui County community. And lastly, I wanted to say that the Kihei-based firm of Aina Archaeology started its archaeological inspection of the 127-acre Waiahuli Keokea homelands parcel that Pa'upena is seeking a long-term license for. We have a 2-year due diligence, a right of entry right now, and this is the last step in that due diligence. And so Tanya Lee Gregg, who is head of Aina Archaeology, she's a native Hawaiian, and her 3-person team were on site yesterday. And she indicated that they located the 4 corners of the 127-acre parcel. And her team will be working weekdays for the next 3 weeks to complete this archaeological survey. And I want to thank the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for supporting us in this effort for underwriting this archaeological site inspection. Thank you for all of your support for us Maui beneficiaries. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you, Kekoa. Commissioners, questions for Kekoa? If not, thank you for all the things that you are doing and all the things that beneficiaries are doing on Maui.
Thank you, Commissioner Ayla. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next up is Bianca Lynn Ramento. Aloha, we can see you. We can't hear you right now at the moment. Bianca, can you unmute? We can see you, folks. We just can't hear you at the moment. Can you unmute?
Looks like they're still trying to connect, William.
If you can hear us, please give us a shaka. All right. Okay, we can't hear you. You're muted. Can you unmute?
Right there.
Can you hear us now?
We can now, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here in the morning, Chairman, Ayla, and Commissioners. My name is Randy Ohana Ramento, and this is my wife.
Hi, and I'm Bianca Lynn Pakalano Ramento.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Proceed. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, we would like to address of our concerns here, and due to our ongoing issues with my neighbors here at 86261 Hokuea Place, Miss Maria Govea. But we have, no choice but to hire an attorney for this situation here. My wife would like to address some other issues that
So hopefully by now that you have read our complaints that I have emailed to Leah as well as others of here in the Waianae community. However, these are ongoing issues that's been going on for the past 3 years in current day. And we are in desperate need and help to everyone of the commission to please reach out to us because we don't know what more to do to resolve this matter with the party next door. And these are ongoing escalating harassment of Marie Golvea's canopy is illegal. It's erected as of 3 years now, and destruction of our property as well, and harassment done by Marie and multiple family members, also her boyfriend as well, that would constantly just, for example, they would throw objects over towards our side of our property, like feces and vomit to toys and water bottles, using their vehicles as well to block our side of our property. So we have no way to exit or enter our property. And as far as this ongoing issues, it's going to return back to court for another modification extension to our injunction order of the harassment, because right now it's just bad and very unsafe for us to come home to the point to where myself and my children don't feel unsafe. And right now with me having to reach out to you, I've been trying to for the past years with letters and photographs. And for some reason, when I would reach out to Department of Hawaiian Homeland, it had magically disappeared. There were no emails, there were no letters or pictures, according to individuals at the front desk would inform me to say there was nothing. So again, we had no choice but to hire an attorney to help us with this ongoing situation, and to the point where we have given up on hope. And we didn't want to be another family to move out from this homeland here that had happened to our previous owners that once lived on this land as well, because they moved out as well. And we're the next newcomers here, now being on 5 years. And we love having to be on Department of Hawaiian Homeland. It's a privilege, but we don't need to come home with these ongoing issues with the neighbor and to live uncomfortably to where, it's very stressing. We can't seem to develop ourselves. It's just literally harassment. And we're hoping that Chairman Isla and many of you commissioners that is there, if you could please reach out to us and help us and come to our property if you would like, and come take a look at the structure and things that we had to rebuild with our own hands and money to make it work of a livable and right condition for our family.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So the wall that is between the two properties, who does that wall belong to?
the wall belongs to us. We do have a permit, and we've been granted and approved by Hawaiian Homeland. And also we had a professional surveyor did a TMK on it, and it's all paid for by our own funds here. And our wall is constructed in our property, and it is permitted the whole perimeter of this property here.
Okay, and then is any portion of that tarp attached to your wall?
No, the tarp is directly right against our wall. It's literally like maybe less than 2 inches right by the property line, and the tarp canopy, it slopes about 10 feet higher than our it's about 10 feet high, maybe 3 feet higher than our wall, and the slope of the canopy is directly right, I would say, right on our wall, where if there was a water runoff, it would drain on our wall and into our property.
And then, Bianca, you stated that sometimes you come home and there's a vehicle blocking your driveway?
Yes, Chairman, it's correct. We had to call the police numerous times, and we have statement orders as well too, with their vehicles blocking, and it's literally to the point where we can't make the contact, like honking horns or anything. We will just sit behind our gate or in the front of, in the back of their vehicle as trying to enter, and we would have to push our way. And I don't feel that this is something that we need to go through because they don't want us to come out of our area. So this has been an ongoing thing for 3 years now. And yes, we had to call the police numerous times to help us, to direct to them to move their vehicles off to the side, which I did present and sent photos to the department as well with their vehicles right there parked.
Did you keep a list of your calls to the police or have report numbers?
Yes, I have.
Could you provide that to us?
Sure.
The
Yes.
report numbers and the reports if you have.
Yes. How would you like for me to give it to you?
You can email it to Leah.
Okay.
Copies of the reports would be beneficial, but if not, then the report numbers.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, and any other calls that you made, like regarding the TARP to building inspectors, those kinds of things?
Yes, I did inform DPP, Francis Lum, and he did come out here. He made 2 attempts, but he informed me and said that he was unable to send a violation out to Marie Govea due to his supervisor said that this is an area of Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So he could not make this successful. So it was thrown into the trash. So he reached out to me, Francis Lum, and did ask for me to turn to my representatives out here, who is Andrea Tupola, and as well as Miley Shimabukuro. I tried the best as I could as well, but once again, I ended up turning to my attorney, Richard Ng. So,
Okay, what's the current status of the injunction?
the current status of the injunction is still in order. Right now, we are going to take this back for a modification because of the blocking of the gate, the continuous harassment, and ask for another extension of a 3-year. And I understand that in my letter, I did ask if Department of Hawaiian Homeland could please conduct an investigation on blood quantum. Reason being for that is that there were 2 judges there that had mentioned to the both parties, who was myself and my husband, and Marie and her boyfriend, Jacob Purdy, that we had to go to mediation and settle this matter, or one of the families would need to move. So I feel that this is something that's really going to escalate, because prior to today's meeting, Marie Govea did call the police on my husband and I for vandalism, and we didn't commit no act. And I have an 18-minute recording of her conversation to this, where she's accusing my husband and I for vandalism, where she has no proof and witnesses. The police did advise her that of her to correct her action, because she just wants my husband and I out of here. And this is where I'm afraid that something will happen to both sides of these parties because of her nonstop behavior. And this is why it forces me to take actions, because nobody has to live this way.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Send us that information and then we will follow up, but go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, I'm Bianca, Commissioner Helm from Molokai. I just had a question. Yeah, so you said you've been harassed. Is there any other neighbors next to this family that's been harassed as well, besides you guys from this family? Or only
No.
you guys?
It's just my family here on the corner of the cul-de-sac. But no, from what I see is that she doesn't harass the neighbors around here. She basically smear my family out there by gossiping. And it was told by my neighbors who live behind me that she's going around in the community gossiping of how bad my family is. And I always try to make some amends with her in the beginning of why things are like this. And I think it just has to break down with a lot of rage and jealousy. But no, she doesn't seem to make any trouble to anybody except for this family here, my family.
So you lived there 5 years, you said?
5 years, correct?
Going on 5 years.
Yeah.
So when you first got there, you was okay?
In the beginning, there was no friction, correct. We lived here in November 2017. And then everything started in the beginning of 2018. That's when everything started. of troubles. And it started by the itty bitty rubbish throwing over fence before my wall was erected. It was starting of that there, of throwing trash over towards my side. And I guess it was part of her way to, gaslight us or trigger. But other than that, we didn't make no commotion. And then slowly, once we started to pull string, as soon as we had approval that, yes, we can construct. And that's when everything started to come out with her behavior, and slowly she was sabotaging our construction.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca.
You're welcome.
This is so unnecessary. It's really sad, but I hope everything can be, resolved. But it's not right for our people to have this kind of behavior. We all supposed to get along. You know what I mean?
Yes,
And,
I agree.
Hawaiian people, and yeah, I hope things get better. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Russell and then Randy.
Hello, Bianca, Randy, sorry about your situation. I wanted to ask a question about one statement in your letter that you sent that was provided to the commission.
Yes.
You mentioned the statement is due to our letters disappearing in the department. So I read that you submitted something and then at some point it apparently disappeared. What is that about?
Okay, so I have proven evidence over this matter, and for some reason, yes, our evidence went missing. I believe that Alex Bulak no longer works with the department, and I overheard this from his supervisor because I received a phone call of last year, September 2021. And I was told also from the supervisor, I don't recall his name, but it's just his initials, that my letters that he only received was just with the canopy of the letter there, as well as the photos. But every other letters, as of dated December 2019, that I had addressed it to Alex Bulak in regards to the canopy, Alex Bulak, along as Karen Lucero, both had called me and asking me in regards to these letters. And I had walked in by foot and handed in these letters, which was two manila envelopes containing photos, and they went gone. They said, I'm sorry, but it's not here in the department. And I said, well, you guys need to check your book because I did walk in there to present these letters and envelopes. And from there on, I made numerous attempts as well too. And I also gave one to Michelle, I'm sorry, Brown. At that time, more evidence of photos and phone calls. I even used the online.
Were you, do you have copies of everything that you submitted?
I don't, because at that time I was in anger and rushed, and I would be sitting at the department as well too, in the parking lot, writing out these letters and walking in there and dropping it off. But no, I don't have. My attorney also had asked me for proof as well, and I know I emailed him because I would use my cell phone to take photocopies of it, but because I have a new one, I don't have it at this time.
So Chair has asked that you submit whatever you can put together now to him. Hopefully you can recover or, recreate a lot of that information. But yeah, I just want to understand that piece of it better. But good luck to you folks as you work through. I guess Chair can keep the commission apprised of what's going on in this matter.
Yeah, I will. And it's possible that it's sitting with enforcement. And so enforcement, there are places in files, there are different files. So I'll talk to enforcement to see if perhaps Karen didn't have it in her file, but maybe enforcement had it in there. So we'll double check.
Mahalo,
Okay.
Chair.
Randy?
Yeah, good morning, Bianca, Randy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say to both of you that these kinds of stories that come before the commission are deeply disturbing, and it's very difficult to listen to. So I think the question now becomes, since you're addressing the commission, what can we do as a body to take a deeper dive and participate in the solution? And so my request to the department through the chair is, William, what can we set aside time to have that deeper discussion with the department and the commission to see what we can come up with in the form of possible solutions?
We can, Randy. I think I'm gonna have to ask staff to take a look at the existing lease that Ms. Govea has. As you know, oftentimes what we can do is based upon the language in the lease. So that would be the first review. I'll ask the Attorney General to review that. I'll ask Karen and enforcement to gather all of the information that's been collected. I know I have some photographs that was sent to me possibly in this letter. We'll gather all the evidence and then we'll see, and then we'll brief the commission on what actions the commission can take.
Okay, and Bianca and Randy, you say you have all your police reports that all should be documented. You have that available for
Yes.
Yes, we do have all the police report regarding also the throwing of water bottles, cans over and firecrackers.
CCTV footage.
And we do have CC footage of those actions taking place into our property and made police report on those.
Okay, so understanding that there's some of the documentation that you sent to the department, you yourself do not have, but anything and everything else that you do have, make sure you retain copies, make sure you have a file of that. If you're going to send it forward, make sure you have that information for your records as well. And
Okay.
my hope is that we can all work together to help you resolve this issue. No beneficiary should be subjected to this kind of behavior. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you, Bianca. Send us that information and someone will be in touch.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Aloha.
Aloha.
Take care.
Next agenda item is Noe Asuega Start. She asked me to come in. Okay, Noe, are you there? Okay, Noe, can you please turn on your camera and unmute? Or maybe just unmute for now so we can hear you. Repeat that.
Chair, she sent a chat message saying the host is not allowing her in.
Yeah, that's not true.
Oh, okay.
We have been letting her in. Okay. Noe, can you close out and come back in again? Give her another minute. Okay, Noe, we can see you now.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Noe Oswego Stark. I am here to ask for any updates on the timeline for the Pu'unani project. We've reached out to Stuart via email, via phone, left voicemails, did not get any return response. So we'd really like to know an update on the timeline. It says a timeline is supposed to begin construction 2021 on winter. So I live right down the road. I pass there every single day, and there's no construction that has started. So we're just wondering on those updates.
Okay, I have Stuart Matsunaga with me at the table.
Aloha, Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division, Kalamai for the non-response on that. We have been working a lot with the county on getting our construction plans approved. We did hit a snag because of a late requirement by the Department of Water to install a water storage tank. So we have been in discussions with Water Department. So I think in our last update, we projected out the construction to be delayed maybe a year. So, that is still tentative, and it depends a lot on these new plans, because we would need to also acquire some land to construct a new water tank. So I will, commit to continuing to communicate with all of the beneficiaries on that. And that's probably the best timeline I can give you at this point.
Okay, does that answer your question?
That does. Thank you so much for that update. We've been meeting our associations, like I mentioned in the letter, every second Monday of the month. And in my letter as well, we are seeking, some type of update either directly from you or the department monthly. I know you said within a year, but we'd like to know, as you move along, within the year, monthly, if we can get, updates, even if it's, this month we don't have an update, it's the same. Is that?
Yeah. Okay, we can commit to that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you have all my information. My email would probably be the best to communicate that. I can communicate that with our board as well when we meet. So that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aloha for that. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Okay, next agenda item is Alhi. Aloha, Al, are you there? Okay. Good morning, you're muted. We can see you, Al. You're muted.
Aloha, Commissioners, can you hear me?
We can now. Yes.
Technology is tough on us old people. So, anyway, thank you for allowing me to address you again. I wanted to mainly this meeting talk to you about my commitment to give free service to the homesteaders. And to talk to you about the 3 homesteaders who have contacted us in the last month since I spoke to you last regarding trying to get service from us and what to do with them. The problems that we've been having with the federal government, the FCC and RUS, can be traced back to a meeting I had with RUF in 2006, I believe. And at that time, they had just approved a $450 million loan to Salma Jobs. And they were holding up releasing parts of that loan. And so I thought it was because they were concerned that we couldn't repay the loan. So I went to them and I gave them a presentation showing them exactly how we would not only repay the loan, but we would get off of all federal monies. And essentially, I showed them that the inter-island cable would allow us to pass 95% of the state population would be within 5 miles of all of our transport. And the leasing of that cable would be enough such that I wouldn't need any more federal support. I wouldn't need any more federal loans. And what I expected that they would welcome that. It scared them. It was an unintended consequence that, quite frankly, surprised me. But it scared them because I had already told them my goal was to offer free phone and internet service. And as long as I was reliant on federal money, whether loans or whether support payments, I couldn't do that. And it scared them because all of a sudden they wouldn't have any control over the prices that we would charge our homesteaders. And it especially scared them because passing within 5 miles of 95% of the population really scared them. And it was a completely unexpected and unintended result of my conversation. So at that point, they stopped releasing any money. And I went out and got the money from commercial sources. They figured that once they stopped giving us loans, we would be dead. But when I was able to get commercial sources to continue the funding, which is allowed by law, then they were really stuck. And they said, well, you know, how are we going to stop the Hawaiians from actually getting ahead? And so they went to the FCC and they started talking to the FCC. Unfortunately, at the same time, the former chair wrote to the FCC and asked her to clarify my license. And so the FCC felt like they had carte blanche, and so they cut off support. Okay. Now, if you read that order that is continually quoted by the department, there are two parts that are to that order. One is they say it cannot be exclusive. The second part says, however, we cannot tell Hawaiian Homelands, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, what to do with its land. Okay. And I know you're, well, first of all, I don't think you guys have an attorney as a commission. Kevin Herring wrote Samuel Giles' attorney and said he represents the department. He does not represent the commission. So I'm not sure who's advising the commission of your legal rights and obligations. The department is well protected with Kevin Herring, but apparently the commission does not have its own attorney. So at any rate, what Kevin Herring has been concentrating on is the license cannot be exclusive. He's not talking about, however, the other part of the order, which says, however, the FCC cannot tell the Hawaiian Homes Commission what to do with its land. So the solution to this is, if Hawaiian Tel wants a license, give them a license. However, just as I did with the commercial lease that I negotiated with the department and approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission back in '88 for Kauai High, that was the first lease that had community benefits in it. And once you have a competitive environment where you now have someone who's willing to lease land from Hawaiian Homelands, and as part of that lease offer community benefits, that became the standard. So all of the leases after that had a community benefit in it. Here, I'm telling you that the license to Waimana will result in free phone and internet service to the homesteaders. If Hawaiian Tel wants a license, give it to them, but it should be the same as my license. I've set the standard. Imagine that, a beneficiary has actually set the standard. And if Hawaiian Tel cannot meet that standard, then they shouldn't get a lease or a license. It's as simple as that. Now, this would never have happened except on Hawaiian Homelands. If this was anywhere other than Hawaiian Homelands, Hawaiian Tel would never have bought those buildings without ensuring they had the property or they had the rights to the property. And as near as I can tell, what happened in the 8 months or 10 months from December 2020 to August 31st, 2021, Hawaiian Tel had been meeting with the HHL's attorney and hatched this plan of saying, well, since the FCC said the license isn't exclusive, somehow you're supposed to roll over, you Hawaiian Homes Commission is supposed to roll over and just allow anybody to use Hawaiian Homelands. And that is not what that order says. That order clearly says Hawaiian Homelands can only be used by whoever is authorized by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. If you can ask Herring to dig it up. If not, I'll send it to you. What Hawaiian Tel, the reason Hawaiian Telcom did not accept the access agreement that we had negotiated with the previous owner of these buildings, which was the Paniolo trustee, is there was a clause, a single sentence in there that said Hawaiian homelands cannot be used to the detriment of Native Hawaiians. Right? As soon as they didn't accept that as part of the purchase, what did they do? They said in 30 days, we're cutting off service. And then somebody at the department, probably Kevin Herring, said, hey, wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? And so they said, well, I'll tell you what, at the end of March, we're going to cut off service. That's to the detriment of homesteaders. That's exactly why I had that sentence in the agreement, the access agreement. Now, what has happened since then? Since then, you folks got convinced that you had to issue a right of entry. I don't know why. Because Hawaiian Telecom had been operating those buildings for 10 months prior to you issuing a right of entry to operate those buildings. But right after you issued that right of entry, Hawaiian Telecom said, we now own the land. I said, I don't think so. And finally, the bankruptcy court agreed. They don't own the land. They don't have a license to use the land. They have a building that's on land that they have no right to. Okay? Then the department, with Mr. Herring, crafted this letter that said, well, because the license is no longer exclusive, we're not going to enforce it. We, the department, is not going to enforce it. What does that mean? I asked, what does that mean? Nobody at the department will answer me. I still have a license. I have improvements on those lands. I pay taxes on those improvements. And the department won't enforce my license. I have no clue what it means. But let's cut to, forget about me. So I have two people on Molokai, one person in Nanakuli, that have come to me and said, we would like service. Okay, the two people on Molokai have asked me to foot the bill to build the infrastructure into their property, which I always have done. Okay, I don't know if I can do that because I don't know if I have the right to do that anymore. And I don't know if I should do that. If the department wants to take over providing telecommunication services, then why should I do it? If Hawaiian Telecom wants to take over providing telecommunication services, then why should I do it? I have somebody in Nanakuli that wrote to us and said, we don't have your service. And this was a kupuna. And she said, I've had Spectrum service. She lives in areas that Hawaiian Tel serves. And she said, I have Spectrum service, but I haven't been able to pay my bills from the pandemic. And so they're going to cut me off. Will you help me? I wrote to her and I said, if I had my way, you would not worry about paying for your service. But the thing that's standing between me and you getting, or between you getting free service, is the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I'm about to write that same letter to every beneficiary. Now, I understand after I said that I would provide free service at the last commission meeting, you folks wanted to know how, and you asked Joby to come and tell you how. Joby doesn't even know how to build. If you had left this to Joby, who was the deputy director when I got the license, Joby wouldn't be able to tell you how I got $450 million and put it into infrastructure on Hawaiian homelands. Joby is a smart person, but she's not a business person. Okay. I can do this because all of those debt obligations are with Sandwich Islands. And the license is with Waimana. Waimana has no debt obligations. Waimana has the license. We have told Hawaiian Telecom, because they had been cutting our locks and denying us access to our property, and they continue to do that. They continue to do it to this day, after I've asked them numerous times to stop. That fence is not owned by the department, it's owned by us. But they continue to cut our locks. So I told them, since you don't want to get an access agreement with us, move your building. You got 30 days, move your building. I'm not going to be a party to working to the agreement that the department has apparently made with Hawaiian Telecom, that they can use Hawaiian homelands to cut off service to Hawaiian homesteaders. I'm not going to be a party to that. They want to do that, move your building. Do it from outside of Hawaiian homelands, but not on Hawaiian homelands. So I sent you all a letter that we had sent back to Hawaiian Telecom's attorney and copied the department's attorney. And it said, if this had happened anywhere else other than Hawaiian homelands, Hawaiian Telecom would petition the PUC to get a right of access to their building. And the PUC would use its condemnation powers to get the landowner to grant access. And condemnation powers allows the PUC not to take the property away for free, but to force the two parties to come to a access agreement that is based on the market price. The market price for the access agreement that Hawaiian Telecom needs was made with the Paniolo trustee. That's the market price. I have sent Hawaiian Telecom, since they have been using the property since August 31st without an access agreement, I have sent them a bill based on that market price. That bill is up to $6 million. I think it's over $6 million today. Hawaiian Telecom is telling you that we refuse to pay them $1.5 million. I have consistently told Hawaiian Telecom, let's sit down and negotiate who owes who money. And they have consistently told me they don't have to sit down because they don't need an access agreement, because the department said they don't need an access agreement. What they are telling me is the department said we can use your land for free. Yes. The FCC order says the only people who can control Hawaiian homelands is you, not the department, the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Okay. Presently, Hawaiian Telecom owes us more money than we owe them. That money will be used to give free phone service.
Okay, Al, I'm going to ask you to wrap up because you've gone more than the 15 minutes. But you've made the point.
Okay, that's that's the point that I wanted to make, because we're headed to the March 31st deadline. The only thing standing between beneficiaries getting free service is the HHL. And if you sanction it, then I guess you're part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Al. Any questions for Al, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is Donna Sterling.
Hi.
Hi, Donna.
Hi. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I am here to, it's just a short testimony, but I wanted to update everybody on how we've been doing at Kahikinui and where we're going for 2022. On February 12th, through an invitation with the Mokopuni o Maui, the community were able to invite Commissioner Wo to a site visit to experience a day in the life of Kahikinui homesteaders, and it went really, really well. He did visit me and Kavika on the area on the east side of the subdivision, and then he jumped in with other people, homesteaders, to go to various places. So, I want to thank Kekoa, Kainoa, people with Pa'upena for being there so we could coordinate this with, Commissioner Awo. It was very, very, it was very nice to have him on the land with us. Thank you. We're coming at the rest of the year. I'm going to be spearheading with KHHA, Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association, a joint collective kuleana meeting with KOOK, which is Kahikinui, Ka'ohano Kahikinui. We're going to be spearheading a collective kuleana between two associations. And we're going to identify all the projects that we have because it impacts everybody. We're going to see where we go. So I'm asking the department, I'm asking the commissioners to be aware this year, especially with the water situation, we're going to be bonding together. I wanted to recommend, Chair, to the department, a grant that we're going to be receiving in May through the Board of Reclamation, the feds in Colorado. We are going to be delivering water. They're going to be delivering water to our homesteaders, 8,000 gallons a week, 4,000 twice a week. And that's potable water from their station in Wailuku. It's going to be delivered to their homes, up in to their lots. So the reason why we got this applied for it in September through the County Council of Maui was we were in a drought. And we're going to be using this water for human consumption up to them and animals and for fire. So this is going to last for 5 months. We're still picking up all the details, the I's and the T's of how coordination with the feds, but I really recommend that you look into the Board of Reclamation where they have money for water. This is going to be coming in a good time because of May, June, July, August, September. We're going to be hit the summer months, which is critical for backup. And this gives our community a chance to get empty containers, reservoirs, 20,000 gallons. So I've got a couple of people I'm working with. I think, the ungulate removal is coming up in March, our cows, cattle, and Commissioner Awo has mana'o on that, but I'm so glad he got to do a site visit to see how our roads are, how are they're coming along with people, our homesteaders pouring cement. And I want to thank Wailuku, Mona and Tony Eaton for donating the pallet of Quikrete. So this is just basically to update you where we're going. It's a goal. It's innovative thinking that we're trying to do. And I really appreciate, putting Cedric and Paula Isla, having somebody to connect with, Chair and Commissioners. So that's it for me. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Questions?
Sure.
Commissioners?
Chair, if I could, just a couple quick
Sure.
comments.
Go ahead, Randy.
So yeah, Donna, I did enjoy my visit to Kahiki Nui. I think what it did was just reaffirm what many of us, I think, understand the challenges of life in Kahiki Nui. And I think it's important to think through what Kahiki Nui has created for other islands, the possible opportunity for more Kuleana Homestead Awards. But, you know, it comes out of that model. It comes out of that pioneering effort to do something different. And so, you know, being up there on the land, you realize that every effort, no matter how small or how big, it requires a really large commitment. So I did appreciate being up there. Thank you for helping with the tour. And you're right, ungulate removal is a discussion that's going to be coming up soon. So, you know, we just look forward to getting through that. That's a big one. And hopefully it all goes well. So thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Randy. Any other questions?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. If not, thank you very much, Donna.
You're welcome. Have a good weekend.
Have a blessed day, Donna.
Oh, go ahead, Zachary.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, I just said have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Okay.
You too.
Our next testifier on the J agenda is Homelani Shadell. All right. Auntie Home. There you are.
Aloha. Aloha, Chair Isla and Commissioners. Good morning. Since I last addressed you on October 11th, there's been another traffic incident in our homestead. A car hit a fire hydrant around 10 p.m. 2 weeks ago, and I don't have the details or pictures because when the neighbor came knocking on my door, I was asleep, and my husband told them to call the police. So this makes the 8th incident or accident in 4 years in our homestead. And so I'm coming to you again about traffic calming measures in Malu, Ohio. On the DHHL website, there was a post on December 23rd, 2021, that the Nanakuli streets were being surveyed for traffic calming measures. And then again on January 7th, 2022, there was another public notice that a temporary speed bump installation was scheduled for Kalavahine. As I mentioned in our October 11th, 21 meeting, we're aware that DHHL's intent is to transfer the infrastructure responsibilities to the city and county of Honolulu. And we don't want to impede that process. However, I'm addressing you this morning to ask who in LMD or LDD do we need to work with to address and improve traffic calming measures in our homestead. We're trying to do our due diligence, but we need to know if we're just going to be spinning our wheels or if there is an opportunity for similar traffic calming measures to take place in Malu, Ohio. So that's my first question.
Okay. The answer is, of course, Stuart.
Stuart? Okay.
And unless he designates someone.
So do I reach out to Stuart directly or because I've been waiting. Stuart did.
Stuart's coming to the table, so he's going to reach out to you.
Auntie Home.
Morning.
Good morning. So we did have consultants go out to do some preliminary investigation. So we have some designs that are being drafted to address different aspects of traffic calming along Kayao and Malu High. So we have our consultant is working on a lot of different areas because we have similar issues actually in all of our homesteads. So we have started the process of with the consultant and preparing plans. So I don't know exactly where they are, but I can get back to you on what that schedule looks like.
And so is it the same consultant that is doing the Nanakuli, Austin, Sutsumi and Associates?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, because we have, I'm awaiting a phone call from Elaine Nagasaki with the DTS at the city. So, just trying to figure that out. So what I'm hearing you say, Stuart, is that there is design planning with the consultant and they've already come through Malu High?
I believe they have come through. And so I will work with our repair maintenance section with Rick and Kehao and to find out where exactly the plans are. They do get routed through the city for review.
Okay, so will Rick or Kehao contact me to confirm whether or not the consultant has come through Malu High and looked at our street?
Yeah, I'll get back
Can
to
you
you.
get one of them?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get together and then get an email off to you and with the status.
Okay. And I also appreciate your email regarding because that was going to be the other item I was going to address. So thank you for sitting there. But
You're so
appreciate
welcome.
that
Yes.
email. I know you have a lot on your hands. And so I try to be very patient and give you some time to get through what appears to be some of the more important or items that need your immediate attention. But I don't want you to forget that I'm always going to be here. And I will continue to let you know that I am still here.
Yes, thank you.
And so, again, we're willing to work with you, Stuart, and with Rick and Kehao to try and take some of this burden off of you. But in speaking with our board, we just want to make sure that, we're not spinning our wheels. We're not trying to find options, because even when we had a discussion in our board meeting, it's like, well, they're doing this. And, I even tried to reach out to Hawaii Built LLC, who's doing the speed bumps in Kalavahine, but we just haven't been able to reach them just to kind of get some information. So I don't want to jump ahead. I want us to do this process slowly, but productively. And so I look forward to that. And thank you. I will also look forward to the survey for the 3 easements. And hopefully by the end of next quarter, or maybe I'm going to shoot for 3rd quarter to get this easements taken care of. And finally, I think that's all for you. I think the other question I have for Chair Isla is, you're welcome, Stuart. Mahalo. Where is the department with the community compliance officers or division? The changeover from enforcement to community compliance?
Where are we right now? We're down to 1 officer. We're in
Okay.
the process of trying to hire several others. Once they're hired and they're brought up to speed, then we can start up again the discussion about the various methodologies, including looking at the leases, reviewing what information we need in terms of police reports, et cetera, before we can take any action. And I just noticed that Joby moved up to the table. So go ahead, Joby.
Hi, Auntie Home. I did want to let you know, and along with all of the commissioners, that with these positions, since the department has all of its positions funded with general funds, BNF has been very strict about our ability to hire any exempt employees. So all of our new hires have been civil service, and we are in recruitment right now for these investigative positions. They are labeled general professional. We can share with the commission the recruitment numbers. I can check with Patty, because part of, there's getting the position open, and then there's finding a good candidate. And so if there are people that you think would be really good, the minimum qualifications are very basic. So it should be a fairly broad net, but finding good people is super critical. So I did want to let you know, Auntie Home, because I know that you have a good network, and we'll follow up on those kinds of requests. If there's anyone that you think may be a good candidate, please encourage them to apply through the Department of Human Resources Development. And I believe we can get the position number, but it is a general professional classification. So I did want to.
So those positions are already posted.
They should be
on the
already posted.
DHHL.
No, our recruitment is through DHERD, Department of Human Resources Development.
Okay.
And so I can check with Patty as to the actual recruitment number, if we can get that. So we have to rely upon a list that DHERD provides of the candidates that meet the minimum qualifications for this position.
And how many positions are you looking at hiring?
I believe right now I think there may be 2 positions that are open. I know for sure there's one. I think there's 2 that is in recruitment right now.
So there would be only 3.
That's all we have right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so if we know of anyone who might be interested, this will be a civil service position, and the posting is on DHERD.
Yes, yes. And we, as I mentioned, I'll try to get the actual number to make it easier, or the link, and I can share that with Leah, who can share it with commissioners as well as with you, Auntie Home.
Well, actually, can you have Cedric post it on the DHHL website? Is that a possibility?
I can follow up with him and see if it's possible.
Yeah, unless there are any state restrictions to that, I think posting it on the DHHL website would be another avenue to get potential candidates for those positions. So, okay, that's all I had. And thank you all, commissioners, and be safe. Mahalo for your work.
Okay, thank you, Auntie Home. Just stand by for a second. I see Randy with his hand up. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, and Auntie Home, I just wanted to mahalo you for your always being very thoughtful and reasoned in your testimony, and acknowledging how busy Stuart is. I agree, but reminding us you will not go away. So, so we. But I always appreciate your updates and your advocacy for your community, and some of the challenges that you all face. So thank you for that.
Mahalo, Commissioner. Oh, well, my cousins they make fun of me sometimes, because they're like, you know what, homie, you keep doing this, you're a mosquito, they're gonna slap you. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stay far enough away where they can.
Well, we appreciate your presence, Auntie Home. And so my next question is for Joby on these positions. And I don't know, you may have covered it with us, but I just don't recall. So I'm going to start with where I'm at today. On the positions that you described as investigators, is that the same in the job description? Is that job description different from our current E-team positions, or is it the same?
It's essentially the same. However, because we are now working with civil service classifications, the position is actually a general professional. And we're looking for skill sets that fall into the investigative arena, which was where we have been talking about transitioning the enforcement team, which is really a mislabel, because they really are about conducting investigations and follow-up and compliance. And so I believe the job description is entitled to seek those skill sets in these positions. But yes, essentially, they would perform the functions that we were looking to the E-team or the compliance unit to perform in the past.
Okay, yeah, so I would agree that the label E-team, it really is a misnomer because they don't have enforcement powers. They don't have powers of arrest. They can't issue subpoenas to appear in court. They cannot issue citations, etc. So this really is more about positions that enable our staff to investigate and generate a report that is then sent up through the pipe for further review and disposition. I also think it's unfortunate, I know one of our beneficiaries had worked hard to create an enforcement and compliance program through a legislative bill. And we weren't notified that it was removed from the department's package until it was too late to try to get it resurrected through one of our legislators. And while I understand the reason for it not making the final cut, I think it creates this unending situation for the department not to have an effective law enforcement program built within their organization. And what we will see is more beneficiaries coming to us for relief, such as Bianca and Randy Ramento, I think it was. We continue to hear from beneficiaries about the horrors of having gaming rooms in their community and our inability to address it properly and in a more timely fashion. Now, I understand that there's a bill that wants to take existing state agencies with police powers, create this new department to address all things connected to the state. I have seen and experienced those bills before, and it's yet another ineffective way to address issues, especially those issues that are specific to Hawaiian homes. There's enough work here in Hawaiian homes. There's enough issues and problems to address that a law enforcement unit specific to the department, which will require specialized skills that are specific to the needs of our beneficiaries, that warrant the creation of their own law enforcement unit. And the department really should find ways to support that in order to support our beneficiaries who continue to scream for relief. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that, Randy. Don't have all the answers for you right now. Ati Home?
Yes, Toby, while you're still there, the question that comes to mind is for these positions, are there policies and procedures already set up for these people when they're going to be coming in? Or
So
in the development stages? And then what kind of training is the department going to provide for these new staff members?
So when you say policy, okay, so the first thing is that in order to expedite recruitment of these positions, some of the reorganization efforts that we were trying to undertake to right fit the way that the department operates, we had to put to the side because it was taking way too long to get the reorganizations through. And so we are working to fill these positions as they currently exist on our organizational chart, which is their positions within the land management division. The E-team really was created and currently sits, as part of the office of the chairman, and is kind of a broader base team that's cross-sectional of positions from LMD as well as from OCH, the office of the chairman. So the positions actually are within the land management division. They can be detailed back up to the chairman's office as part of the chairman's, under the chairman's direction, or part of that the direction coming out of OCH. So the procedures are going to be the same as currently exist for the department. It'll still be the same administrative rules. It will still be the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, our policies that have already been approved by the commission. In terms of training, that is definitely an area that we can improve upon. Our onboarding can be stronger, and we have been trying to work with, HR we have one person, Patty, who has to do everything. She has one clerk, but definitely not only the onboarding as to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the administrative rules, the procedural documents that exist, et cetera, just different things such as how we speak to beneficiaries. There's a lot of things that we can do to improve training. And definitely, I believe that's something that managers do want to see. Unfortunately, we just, do not have enough staff to allow for that priority to move forward at this time. So I know Cedric at ICRO has trying to be, assist with that process of, the training and those kinds of materials. But the most important consideration right now is getting the right person. That's the hardest piece. If we get good people, who are begin with the basic skill sets of developing good investigations, developing good reports, we can build upon that in terms of the unique environment of DHHL. But that's the hardest piece, because these being civil service positions, as all of you know, it's not as easy when you're dealing with a civil service employee that may not be as strong as compared to an exempt employee who is an at-will, right? So we want to make sure that we number one, get good people to apply, and number two, try to find the best candidate we can for these positions.
I guess my concern is that if we don't have the right tools in place for these people when they come in, then they're starting off on shaky footing. They might have enforcement, or they might come from a police background or security background. But if they don't have, which you would expect that they would have the right communication skills and skills where they could read people. I think what I'm hearing is that, you know, not similar to what Francis and his team used to do. And they, I've seen them, I saw them in, you know, do their job and do their work with our beneficiaries, and the way they spoke to our beneficiaries, all of that. But what I'm hearing now is that we're going to go back to the documentation and focus on compliance. And if the lessee is not in compliance based on the lease or the lease addendum, then that is where the commission is going to need all of the information, the record keeping, the police reports, the conversations, pictures, as we heard earlier, all of this type of documentation, which in my situation in Molo High, that is what I've asked our people to do. Keep a pad and a pen near your phone. Anytime there's an incident, date, time, officer comes on, officer's name, the report number, officer's badge number, all of that information, and then a summary of, you know, the incident. But then if this takes place, then training is going to be so critical for these people, for them to get off the ground. So that's just my concern, because yes, it's going, you know, I don't know if you're going to be able to find the right person. You could go for a whole year and not find the right person. But in the meantime, we have families that are really struggling. And so that's my biggest concern. But I do thank you for all the information. I look forward to some progression, and hopefully by the end of second quarter that we might see some improvement in this area. Thank you, Joby, and thank you all. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ate Homi. Commissioners? Okay, seeing no further questions, I recommend we take a 10-minute recess and then come back. Oh, hold on a sec. David?
For council on J2, which I wasn't here to hear the testimony, but I did receive a letter from Blossom. So I'm happy to wait until the executive session to raise it, but I just wanted to make sure that I raised it in the J agenda section.
Okay. Can we take it up at
Other than the email saying that she's going to be on the agenda, I didn't get the actual letter from Blossom. So
is it a legal question? Should we go into exec
Yeah,
session now?
it's a legal question because there was a letter. I thought she had sent it to everyone, but then I realized that it had only gone to Randy and myself.
So you have a legal question?
It's a legal question.
Okay, we want to make a motion to go into exec session?
Yep, and that's why I said I'm happy to do it in exec session, or I can.
Hold off 1 second, then Russell.
Chair, I had a question related to J4, but I didn't want to stop the people who are waiting to get in, but.
No, we're done.
Question for you was, this Pu'unani Homestead Association, I just don't know the history of that project. So
it's okay. So
there's an association, but there's no homestead yet. Is that
correct? The 1 minute answer is there's no homestead yet. So we don't recognize a homestead association until there's a homestead. There's houses there, but we've committed to providing the information to the young lady who requested it.
Do they have like undivided interests or any? How do they know they're going to be in the homestead?
Okay, the short answer is all of the undivided interest folks are given an opportunity to choose homesteads on the island of Maui as they become available. So that's the process. And then if there are lots and homes that are available afterwards, then we go back to the wait list. So
these are people who have signaled that they're interested in this this neighborhood, but they haven't been selected, or
no one has been selected. There's no vertical construction. As you heard Stuart say, we were moving, we had a schedule, and then the county tossed in the infrastructure requirements, which we're trying to figure out how we're going to meet that now.
Do we have other associations like this that are
No,
like formed in advance of the homestead?
no.
Okay. And then I want to ask if I could be included in the communication from Stuart to Auntie Home for the traffic calming,
Sure,
the status of that. Yeah.
sure. Stuart just acknowledged that you will be involved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Randy?
Yeah, Russell, thank you for your questions, because it is a unique situation, an association that's formed before they've received their awards. So it is unique. And I think the short answer is nobody really knows yet until they get their lease award, whether or not they've been selected. I believe Honokawai, there's also one for Honokawai as well. And so yeah, so they have an association, but that could, I shouldn't say that could, my expectation is once people receive the award, their awards, that association makeup could look very different, or will probably look very different. So just wanted to elaborate on your questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Mahalo, Randy, for that clarification.
You're welcome.
We have a motion that the commission will convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-5 subsection A4 HRS to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. May I please have a second?
Second.
So moved. Okay, all those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
So
Okay,
we-
give us a minute to clear the virtual room and this room. Okay, commissioners, welcome back from the short break. Slight change up. I didn't realize that the time was at its where it's at right now. I'm gonna ask for the executive session to be called so that we can discuss the items on the agenda in executive session. Can somebody please make a motion that the commission will convene in executive session pursuant to section 92-5 subsection A subsection 4 HRS to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We are now in executive session. we're back into regular session and we're on to agenda item D15. And there was some clarification. Oh, before we go there.
No. Go ahead.
Go ahead with D15 or you want to?
Yeah, no, go ahead with D15. Sorry.
There's some clarification I think we're asked to provide to the commission.
Yeah, we submitted to Leah a revised submittal for item.
Sorry, we're waiting for.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. One more.
Zachary.
Okay, welcome back, Zach. We're on agenda item D15 with some clarification on the issues that David brought up yesterday.
Good afternoon, commissioners. D15 was deferred from yesterday. We submitted to you through Leah Burrows a revised draft of the submittal for your consideration. Number one, the recommended motion action, number one, is to set aside the commission's earlier approval of department's item number D13, commission designation of successor for Hazel W. Poo, lease number 5518, lot number 117, Lualule, Oahu, at its November 15, 2021 regular meeting. That submittal from November is attached as Exhibit A to be replaced by this current submittal, item D15 of the same title. Number two is to approve the selection of Kathleen C. Rodriguez, Kathleen, to succeed to the interests of Hazel Poo as tenant in severalty for residential lease number 5518 for the remaining term of the lease, and to approve and accept that Kathleen is of no less than the required 25% Hawaiian ancestry and is therefore a qualified successor pursuant to the act. To stipulate that Kathleen's rights and interests in the lease do not vest until Kathleen has signed the transfer through successorship of lease addendum, and such necessary and appropriate instruments, and if Kathleen does not sign all such documents on or before April 30th, 2022, which is the set deadline, that the commission's selection of Kathleen as the tenant in severalty successor is automatically revoked. Number five is to authorize the department to extend the deadline up to 60 days for good cause. And to declare, lastly, number six, to declare that if Kathleen's selection as the tenant in severalty successor is revoked, then under section 209A of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act as amended, the land subject to the lease shall resume its status as unleased Hawaiian homeland, and the department is authorized to lease the land to a native Hawaiian as provided by the act.
Are these clear?
Yeah, so thank you, Juan. With the new submittal, I think it makes a lot more sense as far as what took place. And the fact that certain documents had not been returned by Kathleen or her brother until later. So it explains the gap in time, at least for me. And so I would move that we accept or that we approve the recommended motion and action.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
And we'll stand by for any questions, commission, you may have for HSD report D1.
That's for information only.
None.
David was thinking about it for a second, so we had to pause. Okay, thank you very much, Juan. And
Thank you, commissioners. You guys be safe.
Welcome.
God bless.
Take care.
Aloha.
Okay, our last agenda item is C4. Okay, you guys take care. And Niniao, are you there? Oh, there she is.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Niniao Kwai Hai, Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman, here with item C4.
Thank you, Niniao. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation on item C4?
So moved.
David,
Second.
Second.
okay, proceed.
The recommended motion was supposed to be that the Hawaiian Homes Commission ratify the expanded scope of work for the memorandum of agreement with Amarin Critical Infrastructure related to tribal broadband connectivity program and the 2.5 gigahertz and approve expenditures related to the expanded scope of work. And so as the commission remembers, a year ago, approximately, we entered into a memorandum of agreement with Amarin Critical Infrastructure. And now we are on that next step of doing the technical network and planning, technical network implementation and sustainability, and technical support for broadband funding applications.
Okay, any questions? Yes, go ahead, David.
Niniao, I understand we're in the next step, but I'm still not understanding what we got for the first 800,000.
The
So,
first 800,000 is over 5 years to complete the build out for the 2.5 gigahertz.
yeah, so we have, I look at the exhibit B, and I think we're almost 2 years in. I think we are 2 years in
1
from
year.
year one, year two, right?
We're 1
So,
year. Yeah.
Year one was 357.5, year two was 357.5. And now we're asking for an additional 125,000.
To
But
pay for
I-
the services of Sasha and his team at XLab, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just, from yesterday's discussion, I wasn't being facetious. I didn't understand what we got so far, because I have seen no one could point out anything concrete that has been accomplished in year one and year two, and we're coming back for year
We're in
three.
year one, Commissioner Kapu, because we just started the contract February of 2021, which I think was 1 year ago to this date.
So
we-
this, the submittal I have says February 16, 2020. Maybe that was not correct. If you look at Exhibit B, it came to us for approval in February of 2020.
Yes, then that would be an incorrect date.
So the date is not correct.
I believe we started the contract a year ago, which would be 2021.
Okay, so, okay, that's fair. So year one, we would have expended 357,500, is that correct?
In the commission, we expended $278,125 under the current MOA.
Yeah, and there's another 357,500 for year two, which I assume that's what we're in now. If this was, so what did we get for the first 357,500? What are we going to get for the next 357,000, and why do we need another 125,000? That's my question.
Okay, so the contract is 5 year, not contract, the MOA is for 5 years to complete the build out of the 2.5. In the first year, we set up all the stakeholder engagements to develop the NTIA application, because we had originally focused on the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020, right? In December of 2020, when President Trump signed it into law with the set aside for the 30 million. And then we began the stakeholder engagements. developed the plan to apply for the NTIA application, which was supposed to be released by NTIA at the end of February of last year, but instead was released the beginning of June. So we took February to June. We met with all of the state, county, nonprofit, and telehealth education partners to develop the activities we showed to you yesterday. And then with the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act that the President Biden signed into law in November, that set aside the other $60 million for DHHL. So
Yeah,
with
so-
both those pots, what we got was technical assistance in developing the application, technical assistance in developing the initial strategy, right, to go and meet with all of the stakeholders. What's coming up next in the next 3 or 4 months will be the beneficiary consultations. So I think we called it, ACI called it community engagement with the home, with the individual homesteads going around the state, but I'm going to probably roll it out more like a beneficiary consultation.
So that costs $357,000 to do that, because yesterday when they were putting up their slides, I saw slides that identified where the homesteads were. And then I saw a slide that drew a line around the Big Island that started in Waimea and ended up in Kona. But other than that line that they drew, I think we had difficulty trying to understand what it is that we're going to get. And I think that's what the commissioners were trying to drill down yesterday a little bit with them, as far as from a practical standpoint, what do we get for this investment? And so we heard, they're going to train the trainers. They have a couple people that are engaged in certain communities, but it was very, very little for the amount of money that it appears that we had spent. So I don't know if this is a whole bunch of people sitting around on the mainland just spending the money on talking about this, but I have not seen anything concrete. You know what I mean? I've not seen a report.
I think, Commissioner, what is difficult, and it's multiple meetings every week, that we hold, that we're engaged in with other entities like DOT that's doing their same broadband build out on Farrington Highway and going to be in Waimanalo too. But
it would be
guess
nice to see a report that says, this is what we've done. This is who we've met with. This is what we've achieved, but I haven't seen that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, we submitted that in August. So we listed when we went over the original NTIA application, because it was due August 31st, and we did the workshop, but we listed all the agencies and entities that we met with and are still meeting with to work, those who have active projects. The state of Hawaii is also getting a $200 billion set aside for broadband. So we're working with Garrett Yoshimi, who's the CIO at UH, because the governor has asked the university and David Lassner to lead the coordination of all the state and county monies, plus DHHL's 90 million set aside. So as we develop broadband across the state, we're interfacing or getting backhaul or getting monies from activities that the state also is going to use its money to access broadband, expand broadband services.
Yes.
I
So
think, David,
from
what-
August till now. So
It's because, part of it is because the additional monies and the scope, if you will, have sort of changed on us. Because of this additional money, there's this effort on how we fit in with the statewide broadband effort to get statewide connectivity, so we're not dependent upon Hawaiian Tel and Spectrum. But the answer to your question is, they've been doing a lot of gathering of information on where the towers are, where the existing fiber cable is. We don't have a physical representation of that. I think that would make you feel better about, okay, here's where the pukas are and here's how we're going to connect the pukas.
Well, especially if the request is for additional money, right? So we had already budgeted a certain amount. The submittal is to come back to us for an additional 125,000. And it's listed in here. It says, you know, what it's to be used for. But
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kaapu, on page 2 of my submittal, it says no additional DHH funds are required at this time because the existing contract has money. We're asking for a ratification on the expanded scope of work. The bullet points on page 1 that wasn't in the original MOA.
So like the second phase of bringing Sasha on to do the engineering. But as Danielle said, the funding is not required at the moment.
So the 125,000 is not required.
Yeah. We're basically asking for the commission to recognize that we're moving into the new phase, bringing in the technical expertise with the tower and the how to connect it all.
Okay, but then this submittal is not clear, right? Okay. Because it's asking that we ratify an expanded scope of work. It has a dollar amount for this additional scope of work, which is 125,000.
Danielle, could we amend it? Could the commission amend it to pull out the amount? Can we amend it to pull out the amount?
Because it really should just be to expand the scope of work, yes. Right? If it's covered.
Because once a grant comes, then we fully expect the additional funds.
2 seconds.
You know.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same ballpark. But we have nothing on our hand that says this is what we've done. If a lot of these funds were expended for, meeting with other folks and airline travel and so on and so forth, that would make a little more sense because of where they're coming from. But it's a little surprising to me that this organization, look, is if their expertise is in this project of broadband, now they're asking to expand the scope. That should have really been in the original proposal. I mean, how do you do this? Understanding it's broadband, we have towers, we have lines. That should have been included in the original scope.
Commissioner Neves, yes. In the original MOA, it is included. It's just that there isn't the totality of the dollar amount because we didn't know what we were going to find until we did our stakeholder engagements and begin the technical aspect of interfacing with other state entities who are also working to achieve the same goal of expanding broadband access as a result of the pandemic. So if you look at the MOA, the way that, and I take responsibility for working on it, it was with the steps in mind and then trying to come up with a figure for ACI's cost over 5 years and then trying to figure out, well, not getting to meet Sasha until this past summer when after the application came out and we could see that NTIA was giving the tribes and DHHL freedom to come up with its own solution for its own geographic areas.
So in the contract and the MOA, it shows for the first year 357,000. So we've currently expended 278,000. So that's about $80,000 that we have left over that can be applied to this 125,000 that we've asked for. So yes. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to count the pennies and make sure that it all makes sense. But what I get concerned about is now
as we move through this project, hopefully we have the entire scope clear, because as we move through this project, if they come up with something else says, oh, we need another expert, we're just piling up money and we haven't seen anything yet. So I think that's somewhat concern of the commission. At least my concern is these things it's like a ball of snow as it keeps rolling down the hill. Hey, I need this and I need that and I need that. And I just get concerned that we need to watch the dollars, and it looks like we still have about 80,000 left over from the first year that could be applied to this 125. So adding the scope, I understand, but we need to be careful on just throwing some money out there and then trying to let the contractor play to the dollar. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I would just point out that what's also changed is the 30 million and then the additional 60 million and the growth of the scope, right? So once the money comes, there should be more than enough money to accomplish what we need to accomplish. I think it will become more clear once we work with the other state agencies, mainly through the University of Hawaii, to create our portion of a larger system that takes us away from a dependency on Hawaiian and Spectrum, so that we aren't held hostage in the future, kind of like we are today. That this larger broadband system will be put in place.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for the commission to know when that happens, so we know where the scope is now finalized and we can move forward. I think we probably have a better feel for moving forward, knowing that, okay, no more additions, no more of this, separate from here, got our own broadband, this is where we're going. So thank you very much.
As soon as the grant is made and we can see what they've chosen to fund of all of the options that we put out, that'll become much clearer.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, and then Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So, yesterday I heard, and I see a lot of this is planning and design, which is costing a lot of money, but that's what they say is required. What still seems elusive to me is the deliverables. What does this actually get the beneficiary? And yesterday, in attempting to try to get that answer, I heard, is that guy's name Sasha?
Yes.
Sasha.
Yeah, the technical guy.
Yeah, I heard him say 100% in 2 years. So I'm still trying to figure out what that means, 100% in 2 years. Is that hardware infrastructure or just planning and technical assistance?
No, I
There's
believe.
there's a build out requirement attached to the 2.5 gigahertz licenses. And I think Jeff corrected him, because 100% in 2 years, given the supply chain issues and the amount of money that Congress has allocated in the last year and some months for broadband, already we see for those Indian tribes in some of the states who are having difficulty getting actual, not equipment, the stuff to make the network, the raw bones of it. And then Commissioner Awo, I understood what you were asking for. So maybe let me tell you what my vision is, because I've been on the broadband and COVID-19 calls since the start of the pandemic, and we meet 2 committees sometimes every day for over a year and a half. And so this is what I want to, this is what I see, the vision of what we'll get. We will see that no Native Hawaiian homestead child or Native Hawaiian homeless child will not have access to telehealth or distance learning, because the device that they get sent home with by the DOE doesn't have any Wi-Fi connectivity or capability. So working with DOT to light up Farrington Highway, to go to Hana Maui, to go down Waimanalo, to go to South Point and Puna, where at least free Wi-Fi access, network access for people who need it will be done. Providing 1 year of free internet access at something far better than 25.3, 25 down, 3 up, which is the FCC baseline standard. And I think you remember Sasha was talking yesterday about having the 1 gig, which is what we realized, what I saw on all these committee meetings and experienced in my own family, when I was having trouble teleworking with 2 grandkids, 3 kids all on laptops, me, and my internet not being sufficient. I was in a fortunate position where I could go buy more internet from Spectrum. There were many parents and families who did not have that opportunity. And then I also want to point out the important piece of this congressional legislation was in response to a pandemic, and COVID-19 has played havoc with our Native Hawaiian population here in this state. And if you've tracked the deaths, we did that workshop with DOH about tracking Native Hawaiian COVID-19, then you would have seen the fatalities that have increased since August, only the last 6 months. And so what I see that this network will do will provide device access to seriously ill, hopefully we won't have it. Hopefully there will be a post-pandemic, but if the variant keeps continuing to do its variant thing, then at least we'll have supplies in place at Native Hawaiian hospitals like Queens, like Papaololokahi, that will be able to have an end of life with family in a decent and humane way, as well as addressing the telehealth needs of our people on Molokai or our people on the Big Island who need to access healthcare at the big hospitals here at Kaiser or Queens, that we can get telehealth equipment to the neighbor islands so that when travel is not possible because of the high case counts or the high infection rates, then those Native Hawaiian patients have a choice to do telehealth from home with adequate internet access, with an adequate device that does video, and not have to worry about who's going to pay for it.
Oh, let me correct that. Somebody will have to pay for it at the end after the 1 year. Okay.
Oh no, I
so
was talking about the devices, but
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay. So
yes.
let's make that clear because I don't want anybody to get any misconceptions. So basically, Randy, that was Niniao's passionate plea for this is what she wants to see in addition to telehealth, the teleeducation, the ability to have high definition, TV and all of those things. That's what it means. It also means having a reliable system that is in addition to services that people can get from Hawaiian or Spectrum or whoever. That's what this money has been allocated for, and that's what this plan. I like you want to see something on paper showing me when the timeline, when this is going to be built, when this is going to be built, when this is going to be built, and we don't have that right now. And what's holding us up is the additional or the release of the money. Once that money gets released, then you'll see more interim reports on how these things are being implemented.
Okay. Thank you, William. Ninio, thank you. I appreciate you being a little more specific on what we are trying to achieve. Because broadband is not something we do every day, unlike you that are in multiple meetings daily. So you guys are going to know this much better than we do, and yet we are being tasked with approving plans and proposals. And so the more we can drill down on some of the specific deliverables and how it benefits our people, that just makes it more helpful for us to understand and feel comfortable about where this is all going. And it does not mean that I necessarily question the intentions of Amarin, but we do have to question how we spend our money, ensuring that it's being spent wisely and efficiently to serve our people. And so the more we know, the more we learn, the better equipped we are to support and make decisions. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Randy. Russell?
Chair, can I just confirm? I think I understood what everybody was saying earlier, but our budget is still the 805, right? That's still our approved budget number.
That's what was approved, yes.
And this, we added some items to the scope of work, and then the 125 was some estimate of what the services provided in those added items, what the cost of that. But that 125 is included in the 805.
Minyao, is that correct?
Yes, we're not, because the original 805 was approved for the activities under the MOA and didn't have the specificity of this expanded scope of work, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, so we're adding the expanded scope of work, not asking for an additional 125, but we're letting you guys know we're using 125 to pay for
of that 805. Yeah. And then my understanding is that 805, we budget that, we front those expenses, but we get reimbursed out of this federal funding that now has come in two pieces.
Yes.
Correct.
And it's good because we have to be responsible in how we spend taxpayer money. But the real, or I should say the risk, if any, to us is that we expend these monies, 805,000, and then we don't get funded on the back end. I don't think that's a big risk, but can you quantify for me if that is even a risk? Is that?
It's
according to our
that-
congressional delegation, it's not a risk, right, Chairman?
Yes, so the amounts are actually guaranteed to our entity. It's just a matter of it going through the federal expending agency and it coming to us. So there is no risk.
Okay. And I'm good with that. Thank you.
Dennis?
So this proposal is just saying, look, we're going to take 125,000 and put it on this new statement of work. Basically what we're saying, but we're staying within the $805,000 budget that we originally budgeted.
Correct.
And I don't have a problem with that. My problem is the statement of work. All of this should have been, that's what they do. Now they're going to say, well, we have these additional tasks. These aren't additional tasks. These are tasks that should have been included. This is part of the work. Technical network planning design, implementation of sustainability, broadband funding application. That's what they do. So I don't understand why they're saying this is additional.
It's
maybe you can explain.
Yeah, it's specific to ACI bringing Sasha and XLab on.
But they should have known that initially. This is not, we're not putting in a telephone from my house to the next door. This is a big project.
Well, I don't think we were sure that Sasha would have replied in the affirmative. So in the 6 months from February of last year, while we're doing our stakeholder engagements and then figuring out if a statewide broadband network with 30 million, what was that going to look like in response to the pandemic? And then at the same time, recognizing IIJA was already, making news and the significant amount of funding that got placed by Congress in November for tribal broadband increased our pot, right? Another $60 million. So I think when we figured out at the beginning of summer, the Sasha was potentially going to be available. And I encourage all of you, I was going to put it in my submittal, but maybe I'll email it to Leah and she can email it to you. You really need to Google. I'll give you several Google links to Sasha and his work at XLab, as well as the Internet Society, who's also on the ground in Hawaii. working with community network and design. And there's only, I mean, I've met a lot of people in the space, in Indian country, as well as the Internet Society is under the United Nations, and they're the people that receive all the .com funding. So they provide global access to broadband. And Sasha, Jeff, you know, there's only like maybe 20 people, I think, in the world that I see, you know, playing in these spaces. That's not Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos using broadband to make his profits higher. But maybe that'll be helpful if I provide those links to Leah, and then it'll give you kind of like a background of what we're trying to develop for our trust lands and for our Native Hawaiian people.
Okay, so Sasha, is he part of Amarin or is he outside of Amarin? Is he a sub?
He is the seated chair, the Palmer Chair for University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So he got his X-Lab, his X-Lab sits at the University of Pennsylvania.
Sorry, Niniao. In this case, I think the question that he's asking is, he's acting as a sub because he has technical expertise that we need based upon this expanded scope.
Right.
Because of all of this money that Congress is giving us and telling us, go get this done.
Yeah, so sorry, Chair, to interrupt, but Dennis, the way I think about it, we had funding from the government, and Amarin came in, and at that level of funding, they was going to give us just a regular Ford vehicle. But then when more funding came in, hey, we can give you one Cadillac number, we can give you one Porsche, right? We can give you something more cutting edge with this money. But to do it, you got to go hire the cutting edge guy to implement it, and that's what Sasha sounds like he is.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning Sasha's expertise. Just listening to what he's saying, I think he's what we need.
But I think that's what they didn't anticipate using him at the front end because they didn't have the money to afford him. With this additional government funding, they've brought in they're giving us a better widget.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Thanks. Thank you, Neo.
Yes, to be clear, he is a sub for ACI.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? I'm looking. No more questions from the commissioner in the room. We have to amend the motion to take out the money if that was an issue.
I understand it now, so it's not an issue.
Okay, it's not an issue. Okay.
Well, as long as it doesn't exceed the original budget, 805,000.
Yeah, and it's within that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So everybody clear on that? All those in favor of approving C4, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries.
Thank you all. I hope that you'll be able to attend any of our virtual beneficiary consultations as we start to set them up and roll them out. So I don't think it'll be in person.
I have one more question. Yeah, one more question. Yesterday, they kept making reference, we need your assistance, we need your assistance, we need your information. Is that what he's talking about in the beneficiary consultation side?
Yes,
Okay.
encouraging beneficiaries to come forward.
Right, and I think that's where we need to reach out through all the homeowners associations, all the nonprofits, on our website, and make sure everybody gets that information, because if we don't get all of that information, we may not be able to build the system that we need. So that's really important. And I think he kept asking that question. I was going, why do you keep asking that question? We should have that information. We should know how many people we got. We should know what the needs are. So I just want to make sure that on the department side that we really push for that through the organizations that are out there to spread the word that we need that initially. Yeah, I appreciate it.
We're aware of the need, and I think it's just about having the community buy-in, because our people, we want them to take ownership and not have it come from the top down going, well, just because I sit on these online committees, this is the services I think your community needs.
Right.
Chair,
thank you.
Chair, I forgot to ask, you qualified, you said only 1 year were you saying that this free internet service, when the state rolls out its full system, is only for 1 year and then people have to start paying for the service?
Not the state, DHHL, because that's in our grant.
So in the grant, there's free 1 year prepaid internet. So that's for the 4 beneficiary classes, 3 under HHCA and 1 under Title 8 NAHASDA. And then what DOT is doing and what we're trying to do with the community networks is also provide a free or subsidized wireless connectivity. So how I was saying DOT is doing the Farrington Highway project, they're stringing fiber, Hawaiian Tel is stringing fiber that'll light up the intersections and provide internet. And I think their project is 2 or 3 years. And then after that, that project goes to Hawaiian Tel. For the $90 million that DHHL will be getting in developing its own network, NTIA, the law requires DHHL to own it. We can lease it out for maintenance, or we can lease it to the community, those communities who have capacity within their own community to handle a community network. But that's the goal, is to always have this resource available so that in the next pandemic, if we have to shut down, there's places, kids, families, people in need can go to access broadband connectivity.
Okay. Okay, next commission meeting is March 21st, 22nd. It will be remote. We'll have to wait for the next executive emergency proclamation to see about the Molokai meeting in April. That's the only other announcements I have. Anybody object to adjourning the meeting? And stick around for the contested case. Okay, no objections. The meeting is adjourned. About a 5-minute break.